Hello, everyone, and welcome to the XFC MoSim event. We are here starting off today with qual match number 2 because somebody didn't show up for qual match number 1. Um, so we are going to start this off with Lucas 233 in red and Yash K in blue. Um, so let's get once Yash gets into the match. We're gonna start when both people get into the match. We're gonna start it. Um, I'm gonna do a countdown, and then both of you will reset at about the same time, and then that will be it. Okay. Now looks like everyone's back. We're gonna start this first match in three, two, one. Rebuilt. Okay, both people are going into the center line in auto, and they are both shooting up and in to those hubs, trying to get as much as possible. Now, because this is 1v1 matches, both alliances will have the activated periods for winning auto, just because of how we're running this event. But if this were not uh, or the way that we're running this, Lucas would have won auto here by 1 point. So very close. Looks like Lucas is having a little bit of troubles here. It does look like he semi-fixes it, although not at time to get out of transition period. So looks like Yash is going to have a lead coming out of transition. Both alliances are now pushing and passing balls over to their side of the field with about 7 seconds left in their cycles. We are going to see both teams getting ready to shoot up and in. There they both go. Yash and Lucas both shooting into their respective hubs, and it's still going to be a lead for Yash, but if Lucas can cycle faster than Yash can, maybe they can bring it back before the end of this game, so it is not completely lost for this alliance here. It looks like Lucas does in fact get an extra cycle than Yash does up and in, but it is not quite enough to tie this match just yet. Now we are back into the passing area of this game. Both alliances shooting while also pushing fuel into their zone. 5 seconds left in their shifts here until they can start scoring, and now they can. Both alliances' hubs are shooting up and in. We have just 45 seconds left in this match, meaning we are almost to endgame. We did not see anybody climb in auto, but we will see if anybody climbs in endgame here. 5 seconds left in their last cycle before the 30-second endgame period in rebuilt. As I say that, the whistle is blown for endgame. Current score 200 to 255. Looks like Yash K's lead has only been growing throughout this match ever since transition period. 10 seconds left for both of these alliances, 277 to 210. But Lucas looking to change that up. 3 seconds left. Lucas looking to get a climb in last second. Might have gotten it as time expires.
And those were the final score for match number two. Lucas taking this with 238 to Yash's 315. Blue taking this away.
Hello? Are we unmuted? Oh, okay. Thank you. Okie dokie, folks. We are here with qualification match number one now. Both teams here are getting into the match as we speak. Um, and so in this match, it is going to be Big Chungus in blue, Rohan on red. And looks like both people are in and moving around, spinning. So we are good to go. Restart your engines in three, two, one. Rebuild. Both alliances going to the center line in auto, just like we saw last time. You're going to have Rohan in red getting the first cycle up and in, but Big Chungus not too far behind getting his up and in as well. This is a close match, folks. Only 5 points differentiates these two alliances, but with uh, auto scoring done now, 53 to 50, Rohan in the lead for this red alliance. Ending transition period. Both alliances are able to get a cycle up and in 77 to 79. Rohan barely keeps his lead going into the first inactive shift for these alliances here. As I said before, because this is separate 1v1s, it is going to end up being both alliances having the first un uh, amplified, I guess, unactive shift, that's the word. But now that unactive shift is over. Rohan gets the first scores up and in, but Big Chungus is not too far behind, keeping this within 4 points. But Big Chungus is the first to strike with a second cycle into the hub, as it looks like Rohan is a little bit stuck on some fuel there, but he does get it out from under him, and he's able to get a small second cycle up and in. Chungus is able to get a small third one in even, but Rohan putting up a big third one into that hub there. 144 to 128. Rohan losing some points because of that glitching of the uh, fuel underneath his robot, which was very, very unfortunate. Looks like both alliances are really just going for pushing fuel, not really shooting fuel into their side of the field. But as I say that, it is now the end of the inactive shift, and both alliances are scoring up and into their hubs at the same time. Looks like both of them were a little bit delayed in scoring there, but they are able to start it. 10 seconds until endgame. It still looks like a lead for the Blue Alliance, but they are having to go back to the neutral zone while Rohan is being able to stay back and doing quicker cycles up and into that hub. Speaking of endgame, it has now happened. 30 seconds left on the clock. 195 to 207, but now it looks like it's 210 to 207. This is a very, very close match, folks. 15 seconds left on the clock for both of these alliances. 229 to 233. Big Chungus getting a little bit stuck up on some balls there, maybe missing some shots because of that. 4 seconds left. Three, two, one. Close match, but it looks like it is going to be your Red Alliance by 7 points, 270 to 263.
And those were official scores for match number one. Rohan versus Big Chungus. Rohan taking that win of 270 to Big Chungus 263. Match number three coming up.
Okie dokie, folks, we are back with qualification match number three. Looks like it's going to be Roberto in red and Ness in blue, although I will have to say Roberto is not going to be here, so he gets an automatic 0 points, but Ness is going to try and get as great of a score as they can. So without further ado, Ness in blue, here we go in three, two, one, crescendo! Ness starts off with a good auto here, it looks like. Very stream is very weird, but it is all right. This is what happens. Oh, interesting auto. We have not seen anybody go for this auto yet, where they go for their second cycle being inside of the. Oh, and a climb. Okay, 44 points coming out of auto there. Well, because they went to that depot, they were or outpost. My bad. They were able to get that other cycle in. Looks like coming out of auto, they're going to have 61 points to Reds, 0 points. So it looks like they might win this after all. But we will see if they throw in the rest of this match. 10 seconds left until their very first cycle here. Looks like they're passing as much fuel over to their side of the field as possible. 2 seconds left. They have no fuel, though, so they're going to have to go around inside of their zone and pick up as much fuel as they can. 10 seconds of this active shift have gone by already, but they have increased their score by almost double. They are looking good at this point in time. 5 seconds left. Can they get one more small cycle up and in? Yes, they can, of two total balls going into that. Just barely missing out on that 100-point threshold there coming out of the first shift. 1 minute, 10 seconds left in this match. They are just eating up as much fuel as they can. Looks like they're not going to choose to pass anything back and just come back and get ready for the cycle. 4 seconds left. Will they notice? They do last second, and they flip around as their auto line saves them. They're going back to midfield to get more fuel to put up and into that hub. 116 before the cycle. After all those balls are counted, they are up to 136. Just 7 seconds left until endgame. They're the only person we have seen getting that first climb in auto. Let's see if they will climb an endgame as well. 25 seconds left, putting up another cycle up and into that hub. 158 points after that cycle has fully counted. Getting another small cycle up and in for that Blue Alliance. Trying to get one more, maybe a second, or they're just going to go for climb. Looks like they're going to go for one more small cycle before climb. 5 seconds left. They're going for climb now. 2, 1. Will it count? 177 is their final score for the Blue Alliance. Thank you, Ness.
Final final scores are in for match number three. Ness takes this with 177 to Roberto 0. Next up, match number four.
Okie dokie, folks. It looks like we're going to have another 1v0 here. It's going to be Ben on your Red Alliance, and would have been Jonas on your Blue, but it's just going to be Ben here. Same deal as last time, just trying to get as much points as possible. So here we go. Looks like he's ready. So we are going to start this match in 3, 2, 1. Charged up. He is off the line in auto going straight to center, trying to get as much fuel up and into that activated hub as possible. After his first cycle here, he's going to put up 27 points. Very respectable for this robot. 4 seconds left in auto. Looks like maybe he can get his whole cycle off here, and he can. Total score of 55 in auto, one of the best we've seen so far. Can he get one more cycle in transition period? Looks like he's going to get back in time. 2, 1. Yes, he does get all of his balls off in time. 76 coming out of that transition period. 2 minutes left in this match. Ben is just passing as much fuel over to his side of the field as possible. Looks like he's doing a combination of pushing while also uh, passing over to his side. And now his hub is active. He makes it back just in time to start scoring up and into that hub. 1 minute 35 seconds left in the match. That means 15 seconds left in his cycle. Already past the 100 point mark, looking to get close to 150 here. 7 seconds left. 4, 3 as he starts shooting his last small hopper up and in, and he will pass the 150 mark out of his first cycle. Now he's going to go back to this neutral zone, start passing over fuel to his side of the field for his next active cycle, which is in 10 seconds. He is going to be pushing and passing over to his side of the field. With 5 seconds left, though, he's just going to get as big of a hopper as he can. 2 seconds left. Now he's going to start shooting up and in and getting all of those fuel counted. 183 after that first cycle. Looking really, really good. Trying to get that 300 points up and into his first match here to get as good of a standing as he can. 35 seconds left in this match. He's getting a little bit stuck up on fuel, though. Not looking good. 26 seconds, 228 points. Looks like he finally gets that fuel unstuck, but he gets stuck on more fuel, which puts another one underneath his robot. Blue Alliance somehow gets 1 point. I did not see where and how that was scored. 10 seconds left for this match. Disaster at the end of the match for Ben here, but he still puts up a very respectable score. 4 seconds left. 2, 1, going for a last second climb. Can he get it? No. 252-1 are the final scores.
You did get it, by the way.
Scores are in for match number 4. Ben taking it away with a score of 252 and Jonas with a 1 point. Would have liked to know how that happened, but stay tuned for match number 5.
Okay, folks, you won't believe me when I say this, but we have yet another 1v0. So it looks like it's going to be nobody on red, but we are going to have Subatomic on Blue Alliance. So it looks like he's in the match now. We are going to start this in 3, 2, 1, rebuild. Okay, he did restart the match. Uh, and he's shooting up his first cycle up and into that hub. 2 minutes 30 seconds left, 10 seconds until the end of the match. Looks like he's going to be able to get a second cycle up and in before the end of Autonomous. He does, and it is going to be 4D7 coming out of Auto here. 10 seconds until the end of transition, trying to get as big of a hopper before the balls will no longer count inside that hub. Does get a full cycle up and in before the hub stops counting. 73 out of the very first period here, out of transition. Looks like he's now going to be shoving as many balls over to his side of the field as he can before his cycle starts in about 10 seconds. Looks like he's going to be doing a little bit passing, going over to the other side of the field, which we haven't seen a lot, pushing some balls over there. Gets a little bit stuck on some fuel, but gets unstuck from it pretty quickly. 20 seconds left in this period for him as he goes to score his first hopper. Sorry. 10 seconds left, scoring more and more fuel as time goes on. Pushes a lot of fuel outside of his area, though, sadly. 3 seconds left, getting in one small last cycle, and it is going to look like he has 135 points coming out of his first transition period. Now back to that passing strategy that we've seen everyone doing. Looks like they're just going to be pushing fuel over to um, the blue side of the field for this entirety. 5 seconds left. Now going to get as much fuel in his hopper for a huge first cycle as possible. Speaking of first cycle, there it goes up and into that beautiful blue hub, now lit up. Learning from his last mistakes, taking from the trench side to the wall side so that he doesn't push a bunch of his fuel outside of his alliance zone. 5 seconds left in his cycle, hitting that 200 point mark just barely. Looks like he's now taking a bunch of fuel from the center field here and passing quite a bit more to his side of the field so he doesn't have to come back. 20 seconds left. A little bit stuck up on some fuel, but does get it out from underneath of him. 14 seconds left, going for at least one more cycle here, maybe two. We'll see what he decides to go with. 8 seconds left as he puts in another cycle in endgame. 5, 4, 3, there's 3, 2, 1. Last second climb, maybe gets a little bit stuck, not able to stick it. 265 is your final score. Okay, folks, we are back with qualification match number 6. This is our first actual 1v1 match in a little while. We have Ambrose in the Red Alliance, and we have Cricket in blue. So now let's get this match underway. In 3, 2, 1, dive! Ambrose restarting a little bit sooner, but it is all right. Both alliances going to that mid line in auto. Ambrose getting a cycle off a little bit sooner than Cricket. Cricket not fully getting his cycle off up and in, but is able to get 2 cycles up into the hub there before the time expires. Speaking of, it is going to be 59 to 40 in favor of Ambrose coming into this transition period. Both alliances going to midline trying to get another cycle in. Ambrose coming back late though. Can he get a cycle in? Some of these won't count though. 74 to 62. That does give a good little catch up area for Cricket here. Both alliances now shooting over fuel into their respective zones to try and get as much fuel in their side of the field for their active periods. Speaking of, Ambrose is now starting his Cricket not too far behind as well, putting up much fuel into those hubs. Looks like it's going to be 80 to 103. Ambrose getting back his lead a little bit. Now up by 20 instead of 10. 10 seconds left in this activated period for these alliances. Ambrose going for one last big cycle here with 4 seconds left, looking to get his full cycle, which he does. Cricket also getting a full cycle up and in last second there, 128 to 160. Ambrose is just getting a lot more fuel up and in during those cycles than Cricket, but there is still time for Cricket to bring this back in this match. Both alliances now back to putting fuel over into their alliance zone. 5 seconds left until the next cycle. Both alliances now going back to their side to try and get fuel up and in at the start of this. Ambrose having a little bit of a physics glitch there, but recovers really quickly and is able to get most of his hopper into that hub that is now active. There's only 10 seconds left in the cycle before endgame. 192 216. Cricket has brought this game back just a little bit, now down by only about 20 points, with endgame now hitting 25 seconds left in the match. That looks like both alliances are going to go for at least 2 more full hopper cycles up and in. Ambrose sees some fuel over in his side of the field, so he will not be going back to center during this match. 243 to 276. Looks like Red Alliance is going to take this, but anything can happen in the last few seconds, folks. 3, 2, 1. As time expires for both alliances, 315 put up by Ambrose, 271 by Cricket. Good play by both. Ambrose, you are unmuted. Okay, we are here for qualification match number 7. Tactual Elf is on your Red Alliance. Josh, or Lumpy, as most people might know him, is on blue. We are going to get this match started in 3, 2, 1, rebuild. Hold on, Elf, you didn't restart.
What?
You gotta restart.
Right
I'm gonna
now?
give you a countdown. I'm
Oh,
gonna
okay.
give you a countdown. Yeah. Okay. 1 second.
My bad, my bad.
You're good. You're good. Okie doke. Now we can start this countdown once again. We're going to start this in 3, 2, 1, rebuild. There we go. Both alliances now restarting their match here. They're both going to the center line, getting fuel up and in. Looks like they're both shooting up and in at about the same time. Josh with a lead here, 25-30 in his favor. 3 seconds left in auto. Can they both get a full cycle up and in? Looks like they do. 53-35. Neither line's getting a climb. Looks like Tactical Elf was trying to, but didn't get there quite in time. 3 seconds left. Josh putting up a cycle into that hub. Same with Elf, but most of those will not be counting as he got back a little bit late. 81-45. Josh with the huge lead at the start of this match here. Both alliances now doing their best to move as much fuel over to their side of the field as possible for their first active shift in 5 seconds. It's like both alliances are now over on their side of the field and are now shooting up and into the hub to score all of their fuel into this activated during this activated period. 15 seconds left in this period here. Josh getting up another cycle. Tactical Elf not too far behind, trying to catch up. 85-137, but Josh is unrelenting, putting up another full cycle before the end of the period. So Tactical Elf is not able to make back as much as he was hoping to. 100 even for Tactical Elf to Lumpy's 163, or Josh, my bad. Uh, Again, Red Alliance having 1 point there. That's quite odd. I have not seen what makes that happen. Um, we're about to start another active shift here. Both alliances over on their side of the field, and both alliances are now shooting up and in. Looks like Lumpy going to intake all of the fuel from that alliance zone that he has packed full of fuel during the inactive period. 10 seconds until endgame. Josh still has the lead here, looking to put as much fuel up and into his hub as he can, trying to get a event high score here. Looks like Tactual Elf still putting up a fight though, about to hit 200, hopefully with this cycle. Looks like he's going to be a little bit short. Lumpy though, putting up a whole cycle up and in, maybe even passing 300 here. 8 seconds left. For these alliances, 214-312. Lumpy going for a climb, gets up 224-322. A new event high score for Josh here. Okie dokie, folks, we're back with another match. Navixity in red, Taj in blue. Yet another 1v1. Here we go. We're going to start this off in 3, 2, 1, dive. Both alliances, of course, going to the central line in auto here for their first cycles. Neither of them, though, going to that deep outpost for a second cycle. Looks like Navixi's trying to line up for a climb here in auto. 2 seconds left. Can he get it? Looks like he might have gotten it if it stays counting, which it does. Both alliances actually getting the climb, which does give Taj a lead out of auto 65 to 62. Very close. Both alliances barely getting a cycle up and in, but more of Navixity's actually get up into the hub, so it is going to give him a lead though. 67 on blue to 77 on red. Navixity having the lead for now. 1 minute 55 seconds left in the match, meaning only 10 seconds until their first activated period. 5 seconds left, both alliances starting to head back to their side of the field to put a cycle up and in. Navixity shooting Taj not too far behind, putting up a cycle into the hub. 106 to 95. Taj trying to keep up his lead out of the transition period here. 2 seconds left in this activated cycle. Looks like it's going to still be an Avixity lead, but he has to go back to neutral zone, maybe not have all of his balls up and in time, but it still does give Blue Alliance the lead, although looks like Navixity might have incurred some fouls there. Going to have to look after the match, see what happened, which will impact his final score. So he has to win this match by at least 31 to take the win away from Taj, which is which is no small ask. But now back to the active period where both alliances thrive here. Both of these people are putting up insanely massive scores. Navixity might just be a little bit faster though, which is in his favor, seeing as he has to put up a lot more points to win than somebody without getting any penalties. 30 seconds left in this match. That means endgame is now here. And it looks like Red Alliance still has the lead, but he has to go back to neutral zone to get another cycle while Taj is able to stay behind. 15 seconds left, 281 to 296. Looks like Navixity has to get a huge cycle here last minute, but he gets stuck up on some fuel, which slows him down. 3 seconds left. Can he get a cycle up and in to secure this win? Looks like he will not be able to secure enough points due to the fouls. So just in a second, looking back at this match, we'll have your official scores really soon. Okay, what exactly happened there to Vixie? I
I
didn't
have no
see it.
clue. I just got fouls for no reason.
Okay, I'm gonna look
You can look
back.
through. I think it
Yeah.
was around. It was after auto, after transition. I think right after.
Okie dokie, folks, we're back with another riveting match. Qualification match number 9 here. Dark Splice in red, Ross in blue. Okay, we're gonna get this starch match this starch matched in 3. Match started in 3, 2, 1, rebuild. Oh, Ross clicked the wrong button. Hold on, Dark Splice. Okay, in 3, 2, 1, now we're going. Okay. Looks like Ross is in first person, which is new. We have not seen this today yet. Let's see if this will work out for him. Looks like both alliances are getting a full cycle up and into that hub right away. Dark Splice back faster for that second cycle, though. Ross hoping to get his full cycle up and in before auto stops counting. 59 to 52 with Dark Splice advantage coming out of auto. 5 seconds left until the end of the transition period. It looks like Ross is going to get back a bit late, but Dark Spice getting a full hopper up and in, giving him the lead. 85 for red, 70 for blue. Now both alliances are just shoving fuel to their respective sides of the field. And looks like both alliances are now lined up to start scoring. Dark Spice jumping the gun there a little bit, but realizing and goes to his outpost to intake from there another cycle. Looks like Ross is going to have to go back to the center line. Does realize that there's some fuel in his side of the field, though, so he's going to take that. 5 seconds left in the cycles. Ross going for a last second small cycle. Dark Splice just going back to neutral zone. 161 for Dark Splice, 137 for Ross. Still looks like there's a lead for this Red Alliance, but there is still one more active shift plus endgame before this match is decided, so we will see what happens. We have seen the physics glitches be very detrimental. As I say that, I kind of cursed Ross here right before the start of the cycle, but he does manage to get out of that pretty easily. Both alliances putting up fuel into their respective hubs. We are almost at endgame, and it still looks like Red Alliance has the lead, but it is dwindling. Ross is putting up a lot of fuel into his hub, and he's able to do faster cycles than Dark Splice because he does not have to go back to center line just quite yet. We have now hit endgame, 238 to 259. This is a very, very close match, folks. Just a cycle and a climb away from swinging this match in the favor of Ross. 10 seconds left. Ross going for one last cycle. Dark Splice getting one up and in, now going to climb. 5 seconds left in 3, 2, 1. Ross putting up a lot of fuel last second, isn't able to get the climb. Barely not able to get the win. 294 to 307. Dark Splice is your winner. Okay, here we are. We are almost a third of the way through. With this match, we will be over a third. This match is going to be Lucas, 58-63 in red, and Aussie in a blue, your local, I almost said Canadian, Australian. Okay, here we go. We're going to start this match in 3, 2, 1, rebuild. Both alliances going off into the midline for this cycle, first cycle here. Maybe we'll see someone go for outpost. No, we don't. They go to the center line for another cycle here. 4 seconds left. Oh no, Lucas getting a little bit tipped up on the bump there, not getting a full cycle, which does leave Aussie with the lead 62-37 out of this autonomous period. But there is transition. Both alliances looking to get more fuel scored, but Lucas getting the same issue going over bump, it looks like. So he's not able to get anything during this transition period, which leaves Aussie with a huge lead, 81-5. 5 points. I think that's just a glitch. So we're gonna watch these people as they're getting ready to uh, for their first cycle here. Ozzy back a little bit late, which does give Lucas a little bit of extra time to catch up in this match. Only 10 seconds left, though, in the cycle after they put up those hoppers. 102-66. Blue line still with a pretty strong lead. It looks like Lucas has to go back to the midline to get a cycle, but is not able to get back in time to get those fuel into the hub, which does leave him at a much lower score than Aussie, but not quite half of the score. So it is not fully over yet. 10 seconds left in this inactive period. Both alliances shooting up and over to their side of the field to try and get as much fuel on their side to get faster cycles. And it is now their last active period before endgame. 150 for blue, 88 for red. Both alliances intaking from their alliance zones of that stock with that stockpiled fuel. Aussie going intaking for a third cycle here, which he is now shooting up and in. Looks like even more fouls drawn somehow for this blue alliance, even though they've been on their alliance side for this whole time. Uh, Endgame is now hit. 25 seconds left in the match. Lucas putting up a full cycle up and into his hub, trying to get back into this match. 156-220. Lucas putting up a full cycle. Aussie doing the same for the Blue Alliance. Less than 10 seconds left now in this match as both alliances are trying to get a last minute cycle up and in. Lucas going for another cycle, doesn't really get it. Aussie going up for the climb. Lucas going up for the climb. Not really sure who got it, but 190-271 as time expires. Okie dokie, folks. Here we are back with another match, qualification match number 11, sorry. Ducklin in red, and it's going to be Plain Nut in blue. We're going to start this match in 3, 2, 1, rebuild. Both alliances restarting pretty quickly after the gunshot, in quotation marks. Both alliances putting up a cycle at about the same time as well. Plain Nut going for a smaller cycle than Ducklin to try and get all of his to count. But will that pan out? We'll see. Ducklin going for a climb and auto as well. Very risky. Looks like it counted too. 66 to 36, giving him a massive lead out of auto here. Looks like Plain Nut strikes in transition, though, and Ducklin gets back a little bit late, not able to get a full cycle up and in, so the gap closes to only 63 to 80. Still a lead for Ducklin, but not as big as he would like. They are now in their inactive shifts, just passing fuel over to their side of the field. With only less than 5 seconds left, they're now looking to get a full hopper to score into the hub as that active shift now activates. Looks like Ducklin with the bigger cycle out off the gate, 112 to 77 for blue, but Plain Nut getting the faster second cycle, so he is temporarily closing the gap here. 1 minute, 5 seconds left in this active shift here. Ducklin looking to put up another last minute cycle. Gets a few to score. 158 to Blues 94. Both alliances now back to just passing over to their side of the field while they wait for their hub to be active, as they cannot score while it is not active. With only 8 seconds left, though, both alliances now looking to fill up their hoppers as much as possible. Ducklin getting back early, Plain Nut getting a little bit stuck up on some fuel, so he was not able to get back, but he is not too late, so he is still able to get a good size cycle up and in to keep this close with Ducklin. Although it is an 80-point gap, very, very hard to catch in the last 39 seconds of this match. Looks like Ducklin still has a lot of fuel over on his side of the field, though. With Endgame now starting, looks like it's going to be about a 100-point lead for Ducklin here, but anything can happen in the end game as we watch the last couple of cycles go up for these alliances. Ducklin in the neutral zone trying to get a huge cycle. Plain Nut going now to the neutral zone to get a big cycle for himself as well. 7 seconds left in this match. Ducklin passing the 300-point threshold, trying to set a new record at this event. Doesn't quite get it, but still very respectable. 316 for red, 183 for blue. Okay, folks, our streak of 1v1 matches has now concluded as we are back to a 1v0 here. MRCX, which for this match I will call Mr. for the first half of the name. Um, and he did have an opponent of Kian, but he has not responded, so it is just going to be a 1v0 here, which will be starting in 3, 2, 1. Christian, go! And he is off to the races, folks. Um, for his first cycle, goes over to the midline and gets that cycle up and into the hub with no troubles at all. Gets a smaller cycle for his second one, but is able to get most of those in. Trying to get a climb as well. 1 second left. Can he pull it off? Looks like he can. 54 points out of that autonomous period. Very, very good for this Blue Alliance. 6 seconds left in this transition, trying to get one more last little cycle up and in. Looks like he is able to get it. 72 coming out of transition here, now passing over to his side of the field, as we have seen all of the players before him do, while his hub is inactive. 10 seconds left until that hub is active and he is able to score, so he's just piling up as much fuel as he can on his side of the field. Comes back early, gets a little bit stuck on fuel, so it is very advantageous that he did, and is still able to get his cycle up and in on time, past the 100-point mark with that first cycle of this active period here. With only 10 seconds left in this cycle, though, he is trying to get his score as high as possible. 1 minute 20 seconds left on the clock marks the end of his period, so with only 4 seconds left, trying to get a little tiny cycle up and in, which he does get, putting his final score out of this first shift up to 146. Back to passing and shoving fuel over to his side of the field while his hub is inactive. 8 seconds left. Should start to fill his hopper up to the brim for this first cycle here, which he is now shooting up and into that hub. After that first cycle, he is up to 176 points, now going to his stockpile of fuel that he has amassed during that inactive cycle to score as much as he can and try and hit the fabled 300 points that we have not seen many people do in this event so far. With 30 seconds left, you know what that means. It is endgame. 238 points going into this endgame period. Looks like Mr. is very, very hungry for that 300 points. 270 with 15 seconds left. Putting up a little bit of a small cycle here, but finding some reservoir that he had stashed away. 5 seconds left, going for a last second climb here. 289, 299, 1 point away from 300. Very sad to see, but still very, very good score from Mr. here. Okay, we are here with match number 13. Ooh, spooky. Beanie is going to be on your Blue Alliance and is going to be the on your Red Alliance. If you get confused by me commentating here, it is not my fault. Blame the. Okie dokie, folks. We're going to get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go. Both alliances moving off the line in auto right away, going to the center, trying to get as much fuel as they can in that first cycle. Looks like Beamy is going to come out ahead here, 31 to 15. Huge first cycle for that Blue Alliance. 4 seconds left in the match. Looks like Beamy's trying to get a last second climb as well. Can he get it? Looks like he might have. Oh, does climb barely did not count at the end there. 44 to 58. 12 seconds or 2 seconds left in the transition period, and Beamy getting a cycle, the not getting or getting a small cycle. It looks like, I think 81 to 52. Beamy with the early lead in this match, but both alliances are now passing fuel over to their side of the field. With only 8 seconds left, these alliances are pushing their last few onto their side before going back to score this big cycle that they have amassed, which they are now doing. Beamy getting a little bit of a faster cycle up and in than but still a cycle goes up for the Red Alliance nonetheless. Looks like the lead is still in Beamy's favor now, passing the 150 mark with this cycle going up and in, and passing the 100 point mark with his cycle. Looks like Beamy's going for one last cycle, trying to get as much in before the end of the match, or not the match, the cycle here, the period. Looks like it's going to be 117 for red to 184 blue going into this inactive period. 10 seconds left before they can start scoring again, so they are looking to get a very big hopper before the start of this period. Both alliances are lined up and now shooting up and in to their respective hubs. 147 to 213. Blue Alliance still up, but the gap might be closing just a little bit for this Red Alliance. Looks like Beamy is hungry for the 300 plus points that we have not seen from many players, and almost saw from the player last match. Mister is his name. 30 seconds left in the game. That means the buzzer has sounded, meaning endgame is now here. 213 to 280. Beamy looking for a big cycle from the neutral zone while also passing a lot of fuel for a second cycle during endgame here. 13 seconds left. Going to the neutral zone to get a cycle for his score here. 7 seconds. Beamy going for another cycle. Putting up another cycle. 3, 2, 1. Both alliances going to climb, and it looks like Beamy will get the climb. Not sure about though. As time expires. 250. Holy huge Okay, folks. A scary match number 13 is over, and it has yielded us a new high score, 343. But Einsteiner and Anthony both claiming to be able to put up over 370 points. So we will see this very close match here because Anthony says he will win this match hands down. Okie dokie, folks. We're going to get this tense match underway in 3, 2, 1, rebuild. Both alliances off the line in auto going back. Looks like Einsteiner is getting fouls right now because he is not scoring from inside of his zone. That is 15 points. We're not going to count all those. This is another 15 points for scoring outside of his zone. You do have to obey by the rules, guys. 57 to 33, Einsteiner is currently up, but if he keeps scoring from outside, which it looks like he has learned his lesson, he will only barely be down here by only 1 point if you count the fouls from the autonomous period here. 2 minutes left in this match. Both alliances are now pushing fuel into their zones here for this cycle that is about to start in 5 seconds. Einsteiner getting a little bit tipped up there from game physics, but both alliances are able to get back in time for a cycle and now are both putting up full hoppers into their respective hubs. Looks like Einsteiner's coming out with a better cycle there, but they are fuel for fuel here and cycles both putting up hoppers in at the same time. Looks like Einsteiner back a little bit later than Anthony this time. Einsteiner going for another cycle that is a small one. Anthony opting to just go back and start passing early to try and get as much fuel as he can over to his side of the field for that combined second cycle plus end game scoring period. 10 seconds left before their final cycle. It looks like they're both pushing fuel over into their field here, their side of the field. They're now both lined up at the hub and have now started shooting. Anthony having a little bit of auto line issues there, but has gotten it up and in now, 211 to 158. Here, as we see Einsteiner putting up fuel into the hub. Same with Anthony at the same time, trying to catch up, but Einsteiner's speed is unrelenting. 30 seconds left in the match, meaning it is endgame. And both alliances are now trying to get as much fuel as they can up and in before the end of the match. 15 seconds left. Both alliances trying to get another huge hopper of fuel. Looks like Anthony's is bigger, trying to bring back this score here. 5 seconds left. Both alliances looking to get another score up and in. Both alliances are going for a climb as time expires. 349 to 306. Yet another back. We have a back-to-back high score here as well. Crazy. Okie dokie, folks. Here we are on the field for qualification match number 15. Basically halfway done here. It's going to be Plus in red and Rohan in blue. So let's get this match underway in 3, 2, 1. Crescendo! Okie dokie, folks. Both Reliance robots are moving in autonomous. Rohan and Plus both better second cycle. Looks like Rohan got the better first one, but Plus was back early, so all of his balls will count. Looks like both of them actually. Whoa, 52 to 49. Very close auto here, only separated by 3 points. And it looks like both alliances are going to be able to get a cycle up and in during that transition period. 70 to 76. Only a 6-point gap here in favor of Plus going out of this transition period. It looks like both alliances are now shoving fuel over to their half of the field to get ready for their first cycle, which is in 5 seconds. Both Red Alliance is now over on their side of the field, ready. Blue Alliance doing the same, and they are now both shooting up and in to that activated hub for as many points as they can get from it. 15 seconds left in this amplified cycle. Looks like Red Alliance still has the lead, and it has grown to almost 30 points. But Rohan, not wavering, is trying to get as much as he can up and into that hub. 129 to 175. Red Alliance is up now still, but by a much greater amount. Looks like they're back to shoving. No one really passing over in their inactive periods. Now both alliances are going back to their sides to start shooting up and in to their active hubs. This is their last cycle before endgame starts, and they are able to climb, which we have not seen many people do, unless it's a last minute or last ditch effort. 5 seconds until endgame. Both alliances scoring up and in. Blue Alliance almost to that 200-point mark, which they get right after endgame is upon us now. 200 to 259, about a 60-point gap here at the end of the game. But Plus gets a little bit tipped up, recovers really quickly though, which is not good for Rohan here on the Blue Alliance, trying to get a win to keep his chances alive for the playoffs. 9 seconds left in this match. Both alliances putting up a cycle up and in, Plus doing some spins. Rohan going for a climb as time expires. 236 to 310. Plus takes the match. Okay, folks, we are here with qualification match number looks like 16. It is going to be a 1v0 because Big Chungus did not show up for this match, so it'll just be Lucas on your Red Alliance. I do want to make a quick note that one of the previous match scores was corrected because it turns out I misremembered that the rulebook counted the G407 foul um, not being per fuel, but apparently it does. We have checked that. So that means that qualification match number 15 was changed from a Red Alliance win to a Blue Alliance win with a final match score of 349 to 1,162, with Anthony now taking the win there and knocking Einsteiner down from that top position. But without further ado, let's get qualification match number 16 on the way in 3, 2, 1, rebuild. Lucas now going to the center line in auto to try and get as big of a hopper as he can up and into that hub for his first cycle. Looks like he does get quite a big cycle, 31 fuel, 4 seconds left in this autonomous period to get that second cycle in and a climb, but does not get it as his climbers were not extended. 55 for this Red Alliance coming out of the autonomous period, trying to get one last cycle up and in. Looks like he does get at least a few balls up and in, pushing his score up to 78 for the Red Alliance. Now he's going to push as much fuel as he can over to his side of the field before his active shift starts in 10 seconds. There he goes, now intaking as much fuel as possible because his shift now starts. Looks like he's shooting a bit early, but I think most, if not all of those, did count. Lucky for him. 1 minute 37 seconds left on the clock as he puts up another cycle into that activated Red Alliance hub. Lucas with a score of about 140 coming out of that cycle there. 3 seconds left, getting this last cycle up and in, pushing his score up to 166 coming out of that first activated period. Very good score, pretty close to what we've been seeing some of the top players put up out of the first cycle here. 8 seconds left in this inactive period, so he is now going to move back to his side of the field and start shooting up and in to his side of the field. 194 putting up from this robot and has now crossed the 200 point mark. Fuel getting a little bit jammed up and inside of that hopper there, but it does get pretty quickly unjammed for him, and he is able to get back to scoring. 30 seconds left on the clock, meaning it's now endgame for this Red Alliance, getting a very big hopper, putting up and in for trying to get that 300 point threshold. 279 with 17 points or 17 seconds left in this match, going for one last big cycle. 10 seconds left, trying to get as much fuel as he can. 7 seconds, 295, barely not there, but with this cycle, he is definitely going to pass this 300 point threshold as the time hits 0. 311 for red. Okie doke, folks. We're back with another 1v0 as Roberto didn't show up to his match. Just like the first one of his. So it looks like it's going to be qualification match number 17 here. We are getting close to the 20s. Not quite close to the end yet. But let's get this match underway in 3, 2, 1, go! Yash K restarting here and going to the center line for fuel in auto. Get us a little bit stuck on some fuel there, not getting as big of a hopper as he would have liked, but still putting up 28 points from that first cycle. 3 seconds left, putting up another cycle, trying to get all of it out, but not quite able to by the time auto ends. 49 coming out of auto, looking to get another small cycle up and in during transition period. 3 seconds left to do so, though. Doesn't get a full cycle, but still putting up as much fuel as he can for it to count. 71 coming out of the cycle here for the Red Alliance. Looks like he's just passing over to his side of the field, as we have seen for all of the matches prior, but now he is in the prime position to score. There he goes. Switching camera to better see where the fuel that he needs to intake is on his side of the field. With 15 seconds left in his cycle, he's already crossed the 100-point threshold in this first cycle, trying to get as close to that 200-point threshold. We have seen about 150 to 180 being a pretty good sign here that you're on track for 300. And there he goes, 157 up for that Red Alliance during the first cycle. He is doing really, really well here on track for the 300 points, which will very greatly help his standings for the Alliance bracket later on in the night. 5 seconds until his cycle starts. He's getting lined up here, getting ready, and he is going 182 out of that first cycle up and in, taking advantage of that outpost and getting a whole hopper ready in a very, very fast amount of time. 7 seconds until endgame, already crossed that 200-point threshold and is now looking to cross that 300 in the last 30 seconds of this game, which is now, as we see him going back to center line and to get more fuel pushed over to his side and a full hopper at the same time. 17 seconds left on the clock as he comes back over and is now shooting up and in 270 points for this Red Alliance, putting up another cycle, trying to get to that 300 points. It's going to be very close to 1 as time expires. He gets the climb, I believe, but only gets 292 points. Okay, folks, here we are with qualification match number 18. Now it looks like it's going to be Ness on your Red Alliance and Ben on your Blue Alliance. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Crescendo. Both alliances going off the line in auto, getting huge hoppers for their hubs. Looks like Ben got back a little bit earlier. Ness going to the outpost station in auto, something we've seen only him do, I'm pretty sure. Auto ending, Ness trying to get a climb. Looks like he does, which brings this match within 3 points, besides him being slightly down because of a smaller cycle for his second one. But he does not go for a cycle in transition, meaning Ben is now way up 73 to 50 in favor of the Blue Alliance. 2 minutes left in this match. Both alliances now pushing fuel over to their side of the field, trying to stockpile for this next activated period. 1 minute 50 seconds left on the clock. That means 5 seconds until their activated period is here. Both alliances getting back in time to start shooting up and in to their activated hubs, which gives Ben the chance to already pass 100 points. But Ness there, not too far behind, passing it not too long after, with a huge cycle being put up and in. Ness on a switched camera, so he cannot see all of the fuel that is stacked up on his side of the field, which does give Ben an advantage here, 175 to 116. Bigger gap than there was out of transition, but both alliances are now barred from scoring. They are now just allowed to push over to their side of the field in preparation for their activated period in 5 seconds. Looks like Ness coming back early, Ben coming back barely in time. Both alliances putting fuel up and into their respective hubs. Ben dropping the outpost for the Blue Alliance here. Ness did that in autonomous. Ben getting a little bit stuck up on some fuel, but being a master of knowing how to unstick it. 191, 215. That did allow Ness to get within reach distance for this match. Endgame is here, though. Ben has a lot of fuel on his side of the field. Ness is forced to go back to the Alliance zone to get fuel for his cycles here. 15 seconds left in the match. Ben has regained his lead, 268, searching for that 300 point, or 9 seconds left in the match, only 3 points away, and with this cycle he is now above the 300 point threshold. Ness going for another last second climb like he did in auto. Ben doing the same. Looks like both alliances do not actually get that. 232 to 319 are your final scores.
What's up, guys? We are skipping match number 19 because both players weren't there, so we are moving on to match number 20, which is gonna be a 1v0, Amber's on blue. So we will be starting this match in 3, 2, 1. Rebuild. Amber's moving out in auto, sweeping that fuel, getting a bunch there in that hopper to score. Currently scoring all that in. How much is he going to get? That's 30, 40? Nope, 35 points for his first cycle. Going for the second one before auto finishes. Ending with a 70-point auto. That is huge. Try and collect some of that more fuel to score during that transition period that's about to end now. Finishing transition with 88 points. Ambrose is now looking to collect and push fuel so that he is able to score during his first cycle. Pushing all that fuel, leaving no fuel on the field. Starting the first cycle now, scoring that big hopper there. Stretching that score to 120 there. He's going for a second one. How much is this going to stretch the score to? 140? 150? Oh, 160? Close there. He still has one more hopper in that he could put in before that shift finishes, which ends now. He ends that shift in a 185 point. He At this point he is looking at going over 300 points, but we'll see how far he can get that. He's going collecting some of that fuel that he had scored, pushing it to his side, leaving no fuel behind. Shift starting now. He's looking to come back to score that hopper in, and he does. As he continues to score, he has passed that 200-point mark at 45 seconds. Switching that view back and forth, helping him score there. He's close to hitting that 300 mark. Just needs like probably one hopper. He can get it done in one hopper or two. But he's going back to the neutral zone, collecting some of that fuel, making sure to keep some of that line zone fuel for last second scoring. He has passed the 300 mark. Let's see how he finishes it in less than 10 seconds left in this match. Is he going to climb? We don't know. Is he going to score more fuel? We also don't know, which you'll hope he is, but we'll see. 2 seconds left in the match, and finishes it with the score of 343. Ambrose taking it away.
Okie dokie, folks, here we are with qualification match number 21. For those of you wondering how longer this is going to take, calculated it to be about an hour and a half to 2 hours for the whole event. So hopefully you guys can stick around for that, but I know it's getting late in some places. So if you have to go, don't worry about it. Here we go, though. Qualification match number 21. Tactual Elf in blue, Cricket in red. Starting in 3, 2, 1, rebuild. Both alliances moving off the lines in auto, going to the center field, trying to get cycles up and in. Cricket with a faster cycle than the blue alliance, which does give him a better stance to get a second cycle for this autonomous period. But it looks like blue alliance is going for the climb, but I don't think they got it, looking at only being a 3-point difference here in auto, and Cricket going back 4 seconds early to get a huge cycle in transition. Tactual Elf, because of the failed climb, was not able to get as many in his hopper before having to go back, which gives Red Alliance the lead 67 to 58. Those of you laughing right now, I'm very disappointed in you. Both alliances now in their unactivated periods are going to be shoving fuel over to their sides of the field to make sure that they have as much scoring potential as possible in their active shift, which starts now. Red Alliance and Blue Alliance both back early enough to get cycles as the timer hits 1 minute 44 seconds. Looks like Red Alliance does have the slight lead right now by only 3 points, and they are missing some shots, which does allow Blue Alliance to get back in the race, but they were not able to get as many cycles up and in as Cricket. So Tactual Elf is down right now by 13. 135 for red, 122 for blue. This is a very, very close match, though. Less than a third of a hopper for these robots can swing this match. So we will have to wait and see for this final cycle here before endgame to see if anything switches up. Speaking of the final cycle before endgame, it starts now. Both alliances shooting up and in to their respective hubs, Tactual Elf trying to catch up, Cricket trying to keep their lead 148 to 155. Tactual Elf has taken the lead now, but has a smaller cycle than Cricket does, and Cricket has so much fuel on their side of the field. Well, Tactual Elf is a little bit lacking. 186 to 172. Cricket up. Tactual Elf falling a little bit behind in speed. Endgame is now here. 199 to 215. Um, Both alliances are trying to get a final cycle up and in before the end of the match. Looks like Cricket gets it. Tactual Elf coming back with 10 seconds left to get one more. Cricket even going for another cycle with 5 seconds left, trying to secure this win, which was very much needed. Tactual Elf putting up a couple more cycles, but sadly, it is not enough. 234 to 248. Red takes it. GG's. Okie dokie, folks. We have another 1v0 here. Navixity did not show up for match number 22, so it's just going to be Josh on your Red Alliance for this game that we will get started in 3, 2, 1, go. Going over to the center of the field right away, getting a full hopper right away as well, very quick over to his side of the field. 10 seconds left in this autonomous period, trying to get one more cycle up and in before he cannot anymore. 2 seconds left, trying to get his full hopper. Can he get it? Barely doesn't get his full hopper in, but will still leave him with 51 points out of autonomous. Looks for another cycle in transition, does get quite a few off before the end of that cycle. 72 to 0. Navixity just showed up, but is too late.
What?
Oh, no. Wait, Josh. You keep playing. I'm gonna unmute you. Do you? So, Josh, putting up 5 seconds left in his active period. 130, trying to get a little bit more. Gets his score up to 143 before the end of that period. Now back to pushing over fuel to his side of the field. There he goes, keeping all of them contained. 5 seconds left. Pushing a little bit more fuel through before going back to his side of the field. And he starts shooting up and into that hub. Wants to try and get that 300 point mark just for the flex. So we will see if he is able to hit it here as he passes the 200 point mark before the end game period. Speaking of the end game period, it is here as that buzzer sounds. Josh getting a little bit stuck up on fuel, but it gets out from under him pretty quickly. So he is able to not really get any detriment from that. Now he's going back to midline to pick up a lot of fuel. 10 seconds left in the match. 254 points. Not going to get the cheesy poof score here, sadly. 5 seconds left in the match. Shooting up a lot more fuel. Goes for the climb as time expires. 281 for red. Okie dokie, folks. We are back with qualification match number 23. You have Taj on red and Dark Splice on blue. Let's get this started in 3, 2, 1, go. Both alliances starting off the line very, very quickly, and both getting back and shooting up and in by about the same time. They are both getting a full hopper in there, and it looks like Red Alliance is the one to strike faster here as Dark Splice barely gets his full hopper in. And it looks like 60 to 55. Taj might have gotten the climb, which gave him the lead of about 5 points. 4 seconds left in transition. Both alliances going back to put some fuel up and in. Looks like Dark Splice gets the better cycle though, 80 to 73 coming out of a transition here rather. Looks like it's gonna be just the normal push over to this your side of the field, although Taj looking to pass as well. Getting a little bit more balls per second over to his side of the field. 45 seconds left in the match means it is now the Alliance's turn to score. Blue Alliance with the early strike there, trying to keep their lead, which has now dwindled to only 2 points and has now been taken over by the Red Alliance by 5. But Dark Splice, not wanting that to stay, puts up a whole hopper into his side of the field. But Taj putting in a last second cycle. Dark Splice doing the same, although not as big, with a final score of 160 for blue, 159 for red. This cannot be closer, folks. Red Alliance only 1 point behind, as they're now both pushing fuel towards their side of the field for um, their activated period, which has now started. This is their last period before the end game. Both alliances shooting simultaneously up and into those hubs, trying to get the highest scores possible. Blue Alliance now with a stronger lead than before by about 10 points, or 20 points rather. 30 seconds left in the match, meaning it is now endgame. Both alliances still scoring as hard as they can. 246 to 232. Taj getting a hopper up and in before Dark Splice can because they had to go back to the center line. Taj still taking from his side of the field, which will give him a huge lead, which has now been taken over by the Blue Alliance. 276 for red, 280 for blue. 2 seconds left. Dark Splice going for the climb. Same with Taj. Looks like 1 point match. 281 to 282. Dark Splice taking it. Holy crap. Okie dokie, folks. We are back with qualification match number 24. Ross MC in red, the first player demon, and Lucas 5863 in blue, the third person demon. Let's get this match underway in 3, 2, 1, rebuild. Both people have restarted, which I love to see. Both players getting a full hopper up and in to their sides of the field. We are back with qualification match number 24. Ross MC in red. Can I hear myself? Player demon and Lucas 5863 coming out of auto here. The third person demon. Let's get this match underway in 3, 2, 1, rebuild. Yo, why can't I hear myself? Oh, the stream started, which I love to see. Both players getting a full hopper up and in. Okay, there we go. I've muted that so I cannot hear myself. Sorry about that. Looks like we have missed the transition period, which does give Ross about a 30-point lead, actually, exactly. With 10 seconds left in this cycle, they are both shoving fuel over to their side of the field in preparation. 3 seconds left. Ross is already lined up. Lucas getting a full hopper and coming back to line up as we speak. Ross putting up the first cycle there for the Red Alliance. Lucas doing the same for blue. Looks like we have missed the transition period. Looks like they both have a lot of fuel in their respective sides of the fields, so they are going to be able to put up a lot of points in these matches. 4 seconds left in the cycle here. 100 to 139. Ross still has the lead. Able to put up a small cycle a little bit late to push it up to 149 to 106. Blue still down, but this is not over yet. A 43-point deficit can be made up in this game. So we will see what will happen in the second cycle here in just 5 seconds as the players are pushing their last fuel over and heading to their sides of the fields to start their cycles, which they are now doing. Both alliances putting up a huge hopper into their respective sides, 183 to 132. Blue Alliance getting some false fuel scored for the Red Alliance there that it will not be counted. Looks like Blue Alliance is now past the 200-point mark, looking to pass the 300-point mark later on in the match to get this victory. 220 to 173, about a 50-point lead here for the Red Alliance, trying to keep that. Ross putting up another cycle before going to midline. Lucas doing the exact same thing. 15 seconds left, 238 to 194. Ross putting up another cycle, 10 seconds left. Lucas putting up another cycle. 5 seconds left for this Red Alliance, 252 points, going to climb. Lucas putting up a cycle as well as time expires, 275 to 222.
Okay, guys, we're gonna get this match going. It's Ozzy on the Red Alliance and Declan on Blue Alliance. We'll start this match in 3, 2, 1, go. Everyone's starting out of auto, everyone moving, everyone collecting, scoring that fuel on the hub. Declan quickly scoring that those fuels there while Ozzy is cycling there. Who's gonna finish on top in auto? Looks to be Ozzy, who was trying to get the climb, didn't get the climb, but does win auto there by 2 points. But Declan is making sure to stretch that by scoring a lot of fuel during that transition period. Both are looking to collect and push fuel to their alliance zone. Both following similar strats here, while both shift will be starting in 5 seconds, so they're both looking to prepare to start scoring during their first shift. And they do, both starting to unload all that fuel from their hopper. Declan already surpassing that 100 point mark, while Ozzy is not far from it and does surpass it right now. First shift almost finishing, both rushing to score as much as they can. First shift finishes, Declan finishes off a with a score of 158 to Ozzy's 119. As they continue to go to the neutral zone and collect and push fuel into their zone, Declan rushes to the red side to try to push some of that fuel that's over there. Second shift has started, and Ozzy has already started scoring while Declan did come a little late but has started to score. Declan currently does have the point deficit right now of 180 to Ozzy's 160, 170, but 20 points is not a lot, and Ozzy can definitely make that up. With in-game ringing here, both are looking to score all they can. Declan already surpassing that 200 point mark. Declan, while Ozzy just surpassed it with almost 10 seconds left in the match. Both are looking to score their last field that they can score. We're gonna see if anyone looks to climb. Looks like Ozzy might. No, probably scoring some last fuel. Both scoring fuel. Ozzy trying to get a climb. Did not get the climb, but match finishes Declan 294 to Ozzy's 243.
match. Number 27, Mr. on red, the in blue. Here we go, guys. Starting in 3, 2, 1, rebuild. Both alliances going to the center line straight out of auto. Or straight at the beginning of auto, rather. My bad. Both of them putting up a full cycle into their hubs, trying to get as much fuel as they can. Mr. coming back with a smaller cycle than but he is able to try and go get the climb, but sadly does not work out for him. So he will be behind 58 to 41. Blue Alliance down. Looks like has share screen might have frozen. Hopefully his game didn't. Um, and Mr. is still passing over to his side of the field. Looks like the screen share might cut out, but Mr. is now scoring for the red side of the field. The is back 76 to 84. Looks like Mac has brought a lead up in this match, 95 to 100. This is very close coming out of the first cycle here. 8 seconds left. Looks like both alliances will be able to make at least one more cycle up and in. The getting a huge one, Mac not getting Mr. not getting as big of a one, but still keeps this match within 6 points, 128 to 134. Mr. has a little bit of a comeback here and was able to keep this match closer than what it was out of auto. 5 seconds left until the next cycle. Both people are going back to their sides of the fields to start scoring right now. As I say that, both simultaneously shoot up and into that hub there. 159 to 162, not only a 3-point gap between these two alliances. But Blue Alliance is there. They are striking back, making sure that Red Alliance cannot bring this match to a victory. 3 seconds left before endgame. Blue Alliance has a lead, 205 to 202. Very, very close match. Mr. staying back for a small cycle, the taking a longer cycle, but a much bigger one, giving him the lead, 220 to 211. Mr. now going to the center of the field to get huge cycles. The coming back with a small one, 10 seconds left, 216 to 207. The with a huge cycle, 4 seconds left, 3, 2, 1 second, 1 point separates these two alliances, and Mr. with a final score sadly does not matter because the gets his climb to give him the win, 247 to 256. Okie dokie, here we are with the penultimate match. Qualification number 28. Beamy in red, Einsteiner in blue. Let's see if he learned from his last match in 3, 2, 1, go. Looks like Einsteiner putting his half of his preloads up and into the hub right away before going to the center line in auto. Beamy getting a huge cycle up and in, 24 points. Einsteiner tying him right there, 24 points of his own, 3 seconds left. Whoever gets the bigger cycle here wins auto. But it looks like Beamy also gets a climb, 55 to 71. Beamy is up against Einsteiner. So we will see how this goes in this match. Both alliances get a cycle up and in transition, but Einsteiner gets a bigger one, allowing only an 8-point gap out of auto, much less than what was, or out of transition rather, it was much bigger than what it was out of transition. Both alliances now just shoving fuel over to their side of the field, trying to get as much over there as they can for this cycle happening right now. Einsteiner getting back a bit sooner, so he's able to put a whole bunch more fuel up and in faster than Beamy is, but Beamy still has the lead by about 10 points here going into these cycles. Einsteiner getting those far shots up and in, Beamy favoring those close shots. Einsteiner now getting a last second cycle in, Beamy doing the same but not quite as effective because he shot so late. 192 to 182, 10 points separate these two alliances going into this last inactive period. This is a very close match. Both people looking to pass 200 or 320 points if this pace continues. 5 seconds left in this match, or in this inactive period, and both of them are now shooting up and in, both having a huge cycle, Beamy able to keep his lead here, 217 to 226, 9 points separate these two alliances going into this last cycle. 10 seconds left before endgame. Einsteiner emptying his outpost into his hopper there. 3 seconds left. This is a very, very close match. 269 red, 276 blue. Only 6 points separate these two alliances. Let's see if Einsteiner is able to get a clutch victory after being down the whole match. Or will Beamy be able to keep his momentum here? Well, it looks like Einsteiner is currently up, but Beamy comes back with a huge hopper. 12 seconds left. Beamy looking to keep this match out of Einsteiner's reach. 346 to 332. Einsteiner up with 5 seconds left. Beamy putting up a cycle. Einsteiner doing the same. 0 seconds on the clock. 357 to 367. Einsteiner taking it. Beamy not able to get his climb in time to clutch the tie. So Einsteiner will be running away with this 367 to 357.
Win.
The new high score, I believe. Both of those were new high scores. So that was an insane Okie dokie, folks. Here we are at our final match. Plus, can you please move around a bit so I know you're there? We are looking at Anthony on the Red Alliance, Plus on the blue. Forget. Can he hear me? Yes, he is not deafened. Okay, he's asking for just a moment. So as soon as I see him moving, we'll get this match underway. Anthony putting up a little practice as he has not played on the red side, as he had told us a bit before the match. So he's happy to get this practice time in, I'm sure. But after this, we will go to Alliance. Not selections, but playoffs. um, we will go to event. I'm just going to ping each member in a row, see if they accept to be a part of playoffs. And it's just going to be like quals matches, basically 1v1s. Whoever gets a higher score is the winner. And we're going to hopefully get an 8 Alliance bracket, but I know a lot of people have left, so we're going to see how that actually pans out. Okay, Plus is still not back. So if for those who did not hear me the first time I said this, this is going to be just one-on-ones for playoffs. I'm going to go through the list from first to last, asking people if they accept to go into playoffs. And then once that happens, if they accept, they're in their alliance position. If they decline, I go on to the next person in the list until we have 8 alliances or run out of people. Okay, let's get this match started and underway. Anthony in red, Plus in blue. Here we go in 3, 2, 1, go. Sorry, I had to sneeze. There it is. Looks like both alliances getting a cycle from Otto. Anthony coming back a little bit later. Might have just been because of a late restart. 21 to 28. Looks like Blue Alliance is up for the first little bit here, with the time running out 59 to 47. Plus starting to run away with this at least a little bit. Looks like they're both back for their transition cycle, both putting up a hopper. Anthony's was massive, though. Hopefully, he's hoping that this will bring him back in the game, and it does. Only a 3-point difference now between these two alliances. 81 for red, Anthony 84 for blue, plus. Now they're both just shoving fuel over to their sides of the fields, trying to get as big of a stockpile for this upcoming cycle, which starts now. As they're both shooting up and in, they are getting a very, very close 108 to 113. Anthony just a little bit down now, a little bit farther than he was in transition, but looking to fix that as he ties the game with that cycle. But Plus is able to get a faster cycle here, putting up maybe even another cycle, while Anthony's having to go back to the center line to pass again, which does give Plus a huge lead here, 184 to 170. Now 14-point difference. Anthony's looking to win this match to secure the rank #1 position. If he loses this, he will probably still make playoffs, though, as he will be way at the top of the one win, one loss player position. 3 seconds left until the end of this match or of this inactive period, saying that now they are both scoring here 201 to 213. Anthony's still a little bit down, but able to get a huge hopper in, which does actually put him in the lead here, 236. But plus answering back very quickly with a huge cycle of his own. Now we are now in end game, 271 to 276. Very, very close match here as we're going into the last 20 seconds of the final qualification match of the rebuilt event for MoSim. 13 seconds left, 303 to 296. But both alliances have huge hoppers, 8 seconds left, plus going for another hopper here with 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1, as time expires. Looks like Anthony is going to take this and the first place spot, 345 to 326. Okie dokie, folks. Welcome to the playoffs at the MoSim Rebuilt event here. We have your first match of the night, not the night, but the first match of playoffs. Alliance 1 in red, that's Anthony, versus Alliance 8 in blue, that is Ross MC. So let's get this match underway in 3, 2, 1, rebuild. Here we go, Ross, the only first-person player at this event making playoffs here as Alliance seed number 8. Cool to see this happening here. Both alliances going to the center line twice, and this is a very close match, currently within 2 points. But after auto, it looks like it's going to be a lead for Blue Alliance. That's your alliance number 8 by one singular point. Now they're both trying to get another cycle in transition, both getting back relatively at about the right time to get a full hopper up and in, and they do. And now Anthony, your alliance number 1, is up by about 3 points. This is a close match here. Now they're both just pushing over to their side of the field, trying to get as much fuel to their so that they can score that all in their cycle here, starting in 3 seconds. They're both lining up here to start shooting now. They do that simultaneously. 118 to 111. Ross down now by 7, but still very, very, very close match here as time starts dwindling down on this first active period. Ross now down by 10 and getting a fuel glitched underneath him. Very tragic for this alliance, but it is not over. It is far from it. Now a 30-point deficit for Blue, but there's still one more active period, and it could go wrong for Anthony, just like it went wrong for Ross here. So this match is not over yet. 8 seconds left in these alliances non-amplified or non-active cycles, but now they are active and they're both shooting up and in to their hubs. Ross having a little bit of a jam there, able to unjam it a little bit, I think. 150 to 200, not looking good for Ross here, your 8th seed, but he did have some unfortunate hiccups in the middle of this match. Hopefully he can bring this back in endgame. Anthony having a little bit of troubles there on the other side with some glitches. 187 to 230. Anthony looking to pass 300 here, looking to set a record for this playoffs. For these playoffs, 213 to 259. 15 seconds left. Anthony trying to get 2 more cycles in, preferably. Ross trying to get back this deficit, but with 7 seconds left, that is going to be insanely difficult to do. 4 seconds, 3, 2, 1, as time expires. Final score of 337 to 262. Okay, after a riveting match here in the last match, we're now on to qualification match. No, playoff match number 2. My bad. Thank God we're not back in the qualification matches. Um, looks like it's gonna be Alliance 4 in red. That's Yash K. Alliance 5 in blue. That's Dark Splice. Let's get this going in 3, 2, 1. Crescendo. Okay, both alliances starting. Yash K a little bit behind, but that is all right. Both alliances shooting up and into their hub. Looks like it's going to be a Red Alliance lead out of this first cycle here, but only by 3 points, which can definitely be made back in the second cycle here. 1 second left, they both get full hoppers off. Looks like it's still going to be a Red Alliance victory, 58 to 56, 2 point lead. Looks like Yash is going to go for an outpost cycle early, but that is going to slow him down a little bit and give the lead to Blue Alliance by 5 points, 76 red, 81 blue. It's like Yash has to go back over the bump to unstick a piece of fuel from underneath him. 10 seconds left in this inactive period. Both alliances are looking to push as much fuel over to their side of the field as possible. 1 second left. Both alliances are scoring now. 113 for blue, 90 or 101 for red. About a 10-point difference here. They're looking to score as much as they can. Now Dark Splice going for a cycle up and in from the outpost. 3 seconds left in his cycle. Looking to get one last little cycle in. Same thing for Yash K. Coming out of this, it looks like it's going to be 165 for red, 169 for blue. Very, very close match. Only 4 points. Though Alliance 4 and 5, these two alliances are supposed to be the closest in power, so seeing this only be 4 points in difference after the first cycle is not a big surprise. 5 seconds left until the end of the start of the second cycle. There goes both alliances now shooting up and in. Looks like it's still going to be a lead for the Blue Alliance, but not by much. Red Alliance Yash K. He's looking to fix that though, getting a lot of cycles up and in there that are all full of fuel. There goes Dark Splice though, getting a far shots up and in to the hub. Small cycle though, which does give Yash K the lead, 255 to 240. Yash looking to snipe this in the last 25 seconds of the game. 20 seconds left. Both alliances have a lot of fuel on their sides of the field. Dark Splice looking to get a lot of quick cycles there. Not as much fuel, but more, but trying to get quicker than Yash K to try and catch up to this humongous score. 5 seconds left. Yash K still up. Dark Splice going for a climb. 313. Yash K trying to get last minute upset. There it is. 315 to 313. Just 2 points separating these alliances. But Yash K takes it. Okie dokie, folks. After that insanely close last match, we are now here in playoff match number 3. Alliance number 2 of Ambrose in red, Alliance number 7 of Beamy in blue. This also looks to be a very close match, so I'm very excited to see this. It is going to start in 3, 2, 1. Crescendo! Okay, both alliances restarting in auto. Beamy having a little bit of camera trouble there, getting a little bit tripped up on his controls, but they are both shooting up and into the hub now. Looks like Ambrose is going to have the early lead here, 24 to 30, but this second cycle can change everything. So let's see what it is out of this autonomous period. Looks like, yes, it is going to be Red Alliance. Beamy almost got a climb to pretty much tie it up, but it will be 57 to 44. Out of transition, though, both alliances putting up a cycle into that activated hub right before it dissipates. 66 to 71, only a 5-point difference here. What I like to see, Ambrose on red, Beamy on blue, they are pushing fuel to their sides of the field, trying to make sure that they can win this match and move on in the upper bracket instead of getting dropped to the lower. Now both alliance hubs are active. Looks like Ambrose got a lot of false fouls there, unless blue for some reason has 130 points on for certain, for some real reason. 116 to 120 or 131. Looks like Ambrose is up right now, getting a last second cycle up and in for the Red Alliance. Beamy doing the same thing for the blue. Looks like after this cycle, 156 red, 154 blue. Very, very close match here, as I had suspected coming out of the first cycle. Looks like they're just pushing over to their side of the field once again. Ambrose and Beamy in unison here. 2 seconds until the cycle for Ambrose. Same thing for Beamy. They are both shooting now. Up and in. Beamy having a jam, though. Very unfortunate having to wait a couple seconds there and wiggling around to make sure the fuel can get out of his robot. But he does eventually get it. He is down by 12 points, though, because of that. Ambrose keeping up the pace with Beamy, trying to keep him slightly out of reach for the win here. 30 seconds left, meaning it is now end game for these alliances. 240 with ball scoring to Ambrose's 231. 20 seconds left in this match. This is going to be close. It will come down to the points in endgame, to the final cycles. 10 seconds left in this match. Basically tied here. Ambrose putting up a cycle with 5 seconds left. 4, 3, 2, 1. Going for a last second climb. Can he get it? Looks like it barely doesn't count, but it was going to be a Beamy win with 322 to 292. Okie dokie, folks. We had to skip playoff match number 4 because I believe Duckland did not show up. But we are now in the lower bracket. Um, because Duckland did not show up, Einsteiner got a free win. He's advancing on in the upper bracket. But here now in the lower bracket, we have Ross in red. That's your 8th seed. And then you have your 5th seed, Dark Splice in blue. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, rebuild. Ross, first POV Warrior, looking to get a win here, take the upset away from Alliance number 5, and keep alive in the lower bracket. 29 to 24 after this first cycle from both alliances. Looking to be a Red Alliance win out of auto here. Slightly weaker cycle though, meaning Blue Alliance gets a lead 52 to 55. But with transition, both alliances going back to score up and into their activated hubs, which they do successfully, which leaves 84 to 87, still a 3-point deficit for this Red Alliance, but still very, very close. We know Ross's autos are very, very good, but we'll see if he can keep up the momentum in teleop like he couldn't last game. But it is against a slightly easier opponent on paper, so we'll see how this works out. Both Alliance hubs now active. Dark Spice going to the back, getting a small little bit from the outpost on the blue side of the field. 10 seconds left in his cycle. He's looking to use all of the fuel on his side of the field and score it up and into the hub. Looks like he gets one final cycle. Same thing with Ross MC, but it is not enough. Ross is now down by 20 points, 150 red, 170 blue. I'm keeping up hope for the first person warrior here on the Red Alliance. We'll see if he can bring it back in endgame. And the second cycle, which happens to be in 3 seconds here. Both alliance lined up to score, and now they are 195 for blue out of that first cycle, 182 for red, which is better. But Ross getting a little bit stuck up on some fuel. Tragedy for this Red Alliance trying to catch up here. Dark Splice 226, Ross MC only at 200 now, getting a intake from the outpost right before endgame hits, but he is down by quite a substantial amount. He has to work really hard here to try and get this win, try and outcycle Dark Spice here in the last 8:20 seconds of this game here. 252 to 297 Dark Spice going to cross the 300-point threshold with this cycle here. 278 with 6 seconds left. Ross maybe trying to go for one small cycle, maybe a climb too, trying to get it. Dark Spice up with a climb as well. Ross barely not hitting that 200, the 300 point. 299 for red, 333 for blue. Dark Spice staying alive. Sadly, we have to say goodbye to Ross MC, first person warrior, getting knocked out in the tournament. But good games by both.
What? What?
We go with continuation of playoffs. We did have to skip lower bracket match number 6, Alliance 2 versus Alliance 3. Duckland no-showed yet again, so Ambrose took the win. We'll see him again in playoff match number 9. But now we are in playoff match number 7, Alliance 1 in red, Anthony versus Alliance 4 in blue. That's Yash K. Let's get this started, shall we? In 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, both alliances off the line pretty quickly in auto here, looking to get as much fuel scored up and into those hubs as possible. Both alliances able to get 2 cycles up and in before the end of the autonomous period. Looks like blue is going to come out with a massive lead here, 72 to 55. But let's see coming out of transition if that changes here, because Yashke will have a smaller cycle. 97 to 82, he still keeps his lead, and Anthony is now down. Now both alliances are really just pushing fuel over to their side of the field, trying to get as much over there as possible, get as big of a stockpile as they can so that they can focus on just scoring from their side of the field. Yash K back a little bit late, giving Anthony a little bit of breathing room here, trying to being a little bit quicker and maybe able to get an extra cycle in than Yash can to bring back this match. 140 to 151, only 11 points now, 5 seconds left in the cycle. Maybe Anthony can get one little small one. Nope, he's going back, but he is only within 4 points now of this blue alliance, so he has brought it back quite a bit. Yash coming back late did not help him at all. Maybe he'll learn from that for this next cycle. 8 seconds left before the final activated period, before endgame. Anthony getting the last few fuel before going back, looking to steal this match. Yash K coming back much sooner this time, looking to keep his lead, which he has successfully done after this first cycle. But he has to do that for the next 45 seconds, which is quite difficult to do when you have Alliance number 1 on the other side of the field. As we are approaching endgame, blue still has the lead, but they have to go back to neutral zone to take slower cycles when Anthony on the red alliance can just stay in his zone and put fuel up and in constantly. 286 to 288. This is a very, very close match. 16 seconds left in this match. 12 now, and both alliances are able to get full hoppers up and in every single time. 316 to 341. 2 seconds left. One time expires, and Anthony loses by 1 point. 1 point. Yash K getting a very clutch last minute cycle in there. 349 to 350 is your final score. Okie dokie, folks, here we are in the upper bracket still. Alliance number 7 in red, that's Beanie, versus Alliance number 6 in blue, Einsteiner. Einsteiner we have not seen play in the playoffs yet, so this would be a treat. Let's get this match started, shall we? In 3, 2, 1, rebuild. Hold on, false start from Einsteiner. We're going to start this match actually in 3, 2, 1, rebuild. There we go. Both alliances going to the center line in auto like we have seen every other team do here. Both get huge cycles up and in. 32 for blue, 29 for red. This is an insanely close match just after the first cycle. Coming out of whoa, 66 to 64. Einsteiner beating out Beamy without a climb, which is quite impressive to do, given that climb is 15 points. But both alliances are able to get a second cycle up and in. Einsteiner putting up 95 out of transition, the highest we have seen so far, almost 100 by themselves. 84 putting up by Beamy, though, very, very close in scoring here. This should be a much bigger gap, but Beamy keeping it close. 5 seconds left until the cycle here. Einsteiner already set up, Beamy setting up the last second. Einsteiner with a huge hopper going up and into the Reds blue hub, my bad. He is now up by about 20 points, with Beamy's scoring going up and in. 10 seconds left in this cycle for both alliances. 3 seconds left. Blue still has the lead, but Beamy coming in with a huge hopper last second. We'll see if this allows him to get the lead. Sadly, it's not. 173 to 189. Looks like that most of that hopper did not count because he got back too late. Einsteiner almost putting up 200 out of this first period here, which is quite insane. 3 seconds left in this cycle. Both alliances now going back and shooting up and into the hub. Einsteiner getting drawing first blood on shooting here during this second cycle. 45 seconds left in the match. 20-point difference. Insanely high scoring for both alliances. I would not be surprised if we see these two in the finals again, but we'll have to wait and see. 30 seconds left, meaning endgame has fallen upon us. 284 to 242. Einsteiner looking to put up a new record here in the playoff matches. 312 with 18 seconds left. Still able to do 2 cycles here, it looks like. 15 seconds putting up one. Beamy putting up another cycle as well with 10 seconds left. Einsteiner putting up one last cycle, maybe trying to go climb with 3, 2, 1. That's time. 358 to 314. Einsteiner takes it. Okie dokie, folks. Big match here. Alliance number one versus Alliance number two, but it's in the lower bracket. Anthony, Alliance number one in red, Ambrose A2 in blue. Let's get this started in three, two, one. Rebuild. Both alliances moving off the line in auto very quickly, moving back to their side to score up and into their hubs. 20 to 26. Blue Alliance currently has the lead here in auto, but with this second cycle, we'll see who takes the lead fully. It's going to be 52 red, 63 blue. Ambrose taking the lead out of auto here, but transition period now, trying to get as big of a cycle here, both about the same amount, both shooting their whole hoppers up and in. 78 to 92. Ambrose on a generational run here, basically putting up the exact same as Einsteiner was last match, or maybe last match before, I don't remember. Um, in out of transition here, looking to break the record that was just set. Here we go, first cycle up and in this first active period for these alliances. 128 blue, 108 red. But Anthony looking to change that, putting up a huge cycle. Ambrose answering back with a huge cycle of his own, putting himself up by 22 points. 3 seconds left. Ambrose putting up one last cycle. Anthony doing the same. 171 for red coming out of that. 181 for blue. Ambrose still keeping his lead going into this second transition period, or second, uh, like non-amplified, non-active period, my bad. 1 second left. Ambrose coming back late. Might give Anthony a chance to catch up here. 50 seconds left in the match. Ambrose still not wanting Anthony to take this. Putting up his best fight here to try and stay alive in the lower bracket to put the upset and maybe make it to the finals later on today. 245 to 262. Ambrose losing his lead, but still has 30 seconds left to take it back. Anthony still cycling from the alliance zone, though, much quicker than what Ambrose has to do, which is giving him a huge lead here. 15 seconds left. Both alliances are able to get about one more cycle. Ambrose getting a cycle up and in. 7 seconds left. 294 to 322. Anthony looks to take this in 3, 2, 1. Time expires. 353 to 309. Anthony being a victor.
I was stuck.
Okie dokie, folks, here we go. Dark Splice sending his uh climbing into Narnia, it looked like. He is on blue. Oh, there it is. And he is your alliance number 5. On red is Beamy, our alliance number 7. Lower bracket still. Let's see who will win this and stay alive. In 3, 2, 1, go. Okie dokie. Both alliances getting huge hoppers in. Now both alliances shooting up and in. 34 to 23. Looks like Blue Alliances was a bit more successful hopper. Let's see if Beamy can bring it back. Sadly, not quite. 52 red, 64 blue. Dark Splice showing why he is the 5th alliance seed here. 3 seconds left in this transition period. Both alliances shooting up and into their hubs, respectively. 98 put up by blue, 71 put up by Beamy. Insane transition period here from Dark Splice. Even higher than what Einsteiner put up, I'm pretty sure, which is insane to see. 2 seconds left in the cycle. Both alliances coming back to shoot up and in. Both come back early enough to get that hopper shooting early. 93 to 135. Dark Splice. Huge lead at the moment. Beamy having some troubles with some clogging there, it looks like. Dark Splice coming back with the hopper mostly full. Beamy doing the same. 3 seconds left. Beamy trying to get one last cycle in to try and catch up at least a little bit, but does not look like it's enough. 176 to 142. Dark Splice up by about 34 points. 10 seconds left until the final shift here. And now they are both shooting up and in. Beamy having trouble with some clogs yet again. Very, very unfortunate. He's just not shooting anything. There it is. Floodstream has come up and out of that robot now. 221 scored for the Blue Lions on the other side of the field, though. This is going to be hard for Beamy to make back up. Down by about 50 points going into endgame, which is now 239 to 192. Very hard match for Beamy to make up here in the last 20 seconds, but he is going to try. Dark Splice getting stuck on fuel a little bit there, but recovering quite quickly. Not what Beamy likes to hear, that's for sure. 10 seconds left. Dark Splice going for one last cycle, and then maybe a climb too. Beamy doing the same on the red side of the field. Beamy going for a climb. Dark Splice doing the same. Dark Splice not up. Beamy may have been up. 268 to 248. Dark Splice taking it. Josh K. Einsteiner. Thank you guys. Okie dokie, folks. We are back in the upper alliance, or upper bracket. Alliance number 4 in red, alliance number 6 in blue. That is Red Alliance Yash, Blue Alliance Einsteiner. The winner of this match gets a free ticket to the finals. Let's see who it will be in 3, 2, 1, rebuild. Both alliances going for the midline and auto like usual. Both with huge, huge hoppers going up and in. 23 for Yash, 32 for Einsteiner out of that first cycle. 20 seconds left, which means Otto is done. giving a lead to Einsteiner 69 to 53. 4 seconds left in this activated period here, and transition is now over for both alliances. 98 put up by Einsteiner, and Yashke putting up a very respectable 86, showing why they both made it to match number 11. 5 seconds left in this unactivated period. Einsteiner already back, Yashke coming back a little bit later, but they both make it back in time to get their first cycle off relatively quickly. Yashke trying to get the lead here, putting up whole cycle up and in. Five seconds until the end of the cycle, trying to get last second cycles up and in. Einsteiner 198, barely not passing 200 out of this first cycle here. That is an insane score, higher than we've ever seen before. Hey, that rhymed. Maybe I should become a poet. 188 though on Yashke's side, very, very respectable, putting up a lot on his own. 3 seconds left for this cycle. Yashke coming back as well, and they're both shooting up and into their respective hubs. .215 for red, 263 for blue. Yashke looking to try and win this match to get his ticket to the finals, but Einsteiner says, "Nuh-uh. We are now in the end game, folks. Last 30 seconds of the match now. Robots can go and climb." But Einsteiner looking to not only climb but also set maybe even a world record. Not sure what it is right now, but he is on an insanely good run here at this event, looking to get to the finals and take his first ever MoSim event win. 8 seconds left. He is now set the event high record. If he gets this climb, it'll be even higher. Yash going up as well, 329 to 388. Einsteiner insane, taking the match. Okie dokie, folks. Here we are. Or playoff match number 12. It's going to be Alliance number 1, Anthony in blue, versus Alliance number 5, Dark Splice in red. Let's get this match underway in 3, 2, 1. Oh, wait, Anthony, change to blue. And then we'll get this match underway. Let's get this match underway in 3, 2, 1, rebuild. Okay, both alliances restarting their robots, getting good amounts of hoppers put up and into that activated hub for the autonomous period. Looks like it's going to be 22 to 24 currently, but with the second cycle coming out of auto, it looks like it's going to be a Blue Alliance lead, 53 to 50. Alliance number 1 barely taking that auto period, but now looking for transition win as well, with a huge hopper pushing up and in a lot of balls. Looks like it's going to be 86 to 69 coming out of transition advantage blue, your alliance number 1. Now it's deactivated period. That means they're just shuffling balls over to their side of the field, trying to make sure that they can get as much as possible. Dark Splice accidentally tabbing out mid-match, it looks like. Now Anthony coming back a bit late for his cycle. Dark Splice there early, trying to make sure that he can make up this deficit that he has on Anthony. Anthony, though, not wanting to lose his lead, putting up a lot of fuel up and into the hub. Coming out of this first transition, it looks like it's going to be 181 blue to 136 red, getting a couple last second scores up and in to that hub. Whoever does lose this match gets knocked out of the tournament. So this is to stay alive in the lower bracket for a chance at the finals. 3 seconds left until the next shift. Anthony coming back late yet again, but Dark Splice there early, looking to take advantage of this extra time he has, trying to get an extra cycle up and in than Anthony. We are approaching endgame. Anthony still has a very, very strong lead here. 3, 2, 1. Now it is endgame, as I say it, with Anthony having about a 60-point lead here, now down to 50. But Anthony wanting to keep that as high as possible. Looking to put massive cycles up and in there. 10 seconds left. Dark Splice trying to make up this deficit, but with only 7 seconds left, it's not really possible. 3, 2, 1, and that's game. 260 for blue, 260 for red, 352 blue. We'll see him again right now in match number 13. Okie dokie, folks. last match of the lower bracket. Whoever wins this faces off against Einsteiner in the finals. Alliance number 4, Yash K in red. Alliance number 1, Anthony in blue. Let's get this underway in 3, 2, 1, rebuild. Okay, both alliances are off the line in auto. Both alliances looking to get as much or as they can in the autonomous period. 31 to 32. Very, very close scores here. Yashke tipping a little bit, dumping some fuel out, sadly. Not able to go for the climb. Misplays that a little bit, giving Anthony the lead 62 to 51. Yashke going for a depot outpost cycle in the transition period. Anthony opting for a alliance or neutral zone cycle, giving him the lead 88 blue, 76 red. Both alliances here really wanting to take this win here to get a chance at winning the very first MoSim Rebuilds event. Sponsored by no one. Okay, 1 minute 45 left on the clock. We are now in the active shift for both players here. 116 to 92. Anthony still has the lead on the blue side of the field. As the first shift winds down, it's going to be still a Blue Alliance lead, but it has grown 183 to 146. Josh K has really got to push in this last cycle here to try and make up this deficit that has grown. 5 seconds left until the final activated shift before the end game. Both alliances shooting up and in simultaneously. And Blue Alliance has now crossed the 200 point threshold. 10 seconds left until endgame. Red Alliance getting closer, only down by about 10 now, less than that even, but Anthony answering back with a huge cycle of his own. Yash K trying to cycle as fast as possible with as big hoppers as possible, keeping this within 6 points after being down by 50. He is trying so hard to keep Alliance number 1 from getting into the finals, but his the gap is starting to slip in the favor of Blue Alliance again. 332 to 317. 3 seconds left on the clock. Anthony shooting. Yashke going for climb. Looks like Anthony takes it with a last second cycle. 342 to 349. We'll see him right yet again in the finals. Okie dokie, folks, we have made it to the finals. Here we have Alliance number 6 in red, Alliance number alliance number 6 being Einsteiner in red, alliance number 1 being Anthony in blue. So let's take a look at this field and get this started in 3, 2, 1, rebuild. Both of these alliances have worked very hard to get here. Anthony in alliance number 1 winning the last 2 matches, trying to keep that momentum going to beat Einsteiner here in the finals, but he does currently have the record for the tournament, so he will have to try very hard to beat him. Coming out of auto here, it looks like it's going to be a Red Alliance victory, 60 to 56. Going into transition, though, we'll see who comes out of this with a greater score. Both alliances putting up a huge hopper into that hub, so it's going to be 82 blue, 91 red. Very, very impressive by both alliances here. Now they're both just doing their fuel shimmying, trying to get over. 5 seconds left until the cycle. Einsteiner already left doing some spins. And Anthony now over as well, shooting up and into that activated hub for the Blue Alliance. 15 seconds left in this cycle. Both alliances getting their second hopper up and in. They have all been pretty much filled to the brim. Einsteiner going back out a little bit early. 194 to 150. Almost breaking the 200 point threshold like he did the other match. Einsteiner getting a little bit tipped up, but he does recover pretty quickly. 5 seconds left until the next active period. Both alliances are now going over to their side of the field. Einsteiner there early, Anthony back a little bit late, but he is still able to get his full hopper off, up and into that hub. 15 seconds until endgame. The point gap is about 80 here in favor of Einsteiner 3. Endgame is now upon us. 288 to 195. Einsteiner looking to yet again shatter the record. But we will see if he has enough fuel on his side of the field to do so. 17 seconds left in the match. Probably able to get one more cycle. Anthony looking to try and catch up here, but at this point it might just be futile. 8 seconds left in the match. 5 seconds. Both alliances putting up final scoring hoppers as time expires. 385 to 269. Okie dokie, folks. We are here. Finals match number 2. This could go to the Red Alliance, or Blue Alliance could win and extend this, as I know we all really want this event to be extended. So let's get this match started without further ado. In 3, 2, 1, rebuild. Both alliances restarting relatively at the same time and going to auto, as we've seen both of them do a lot of times before. Looks like Red Alliance will have a lead out of the first cycle here, but Blue Alliance not too far behind. Coming out of auto though, it looks like Red Alliance lead here 65 to 59. Very close match still, but slightly in favor of Red. Coming out of transition, both alliances getting a full hopper up and in. which gives red still the advantage 96 to 82. Now they're back to their usual ferrying of the fuel, as we have seen them do many, many times before. 5 seconds left. Einsteiner's doing a little bit of stuff under the hub, it looks, or the tower, it looks like, but she's back to scoring. Einsteiner 128, Anthony 115. 10 seconds left in this cycle. Einsteiner looking to extend his lead as much as possible. 5 seconds left, going for one last mini cycle before he has to go back out. Does get it. 192 to 182. Anthony bringing this within 10 points. Einsteiner probably is quaking in his boots a little bit hearing that. And he has to try very, very hard to stay in front of Anthony during this last 1 minute of game time. 55 seconds left in this match, meaning it is now endgame, or not endgame, last active cycle, 220 to 209. Very, very close match still. Einsteiner and Anthony going ball for ball, it looks like here. Both being able to put up a huge cycle, 254 to 241. Einsteiner barely putting up a little bit more in that cycle. We are now in endgame as the buzzer rings, 281 to 265. Einsteiner is only growing his lead here, it looks like, but last 30 seconds, Anthony could get larger cycles and be able to bring this back. 317, 292. Much, much closer than the last match. Looks like Anthony locked in for this one. 10 seconds left. Last little cycles for these alliances. In 3, 2, 1. Einsteiner giving 45 points to Anthony, which means we go to a match number 3. No, 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 no. Why did you do that? Okie dokie, folks. It's finals match number 3. Because somebody thought it would be really funny to make us stay here for another 4 minutes. So let's just get this underway. Red Alliance Einsteiner. Anthony, blue. Winner of this takes it all in 3, 2, 1, crescendo. Einsteiner with a false start. Oh no, it's not a false start. His stream was just lagging. So we are good here. Both alliances putting up huge cycles in auto. 33 for red, 24 for blue. Einsteiner looking to put up an equally large amount here. And he about gets it. 64 to 49 coming out of auto. Einsteiner getting another large cycle up and in to the hub here in more than enough time for all of them to count. 97 coming out of transition, second highest we have seen today, 98 being that highest to Anthony's 75. 10 seconds left in this inactive period. Looks like Einsteiner looking to get a few more balls, being very careful to make sure they stay in. And they both start shooting up and into the hub. 20 seconds left in this cycle. Both going for another one up and in. Looks like Einsteiner still has the lead, 167 to 125. Let's see if Einsteiner can close it out this time and not sell in the last 2 seconds of the match. 203 to 152. Einsteiner being able to cross that 200-point threshold by the end of the first period here. Let's see if he can keep that momentum going, though, in the rest of this match. 7 seconds until the next cycle. Both of them going to line up now. And Einsteiner lined up central hub and is now shooting up and in. Same thing with Anthony lined up on the right. 239 to 174. Advantage red for Einsteiner. He's looking for that 400-point match here, trying to break the record yet again. There he goes, putting up one final cycle before endgame. Same thing with Anthony. He does cross the 300-point threshold. That is a good indicator that you can cross 400 out of endgame. 20 seconds left in this match. Einsteiner getting another full hopper from his alliance zone. It's insane how much he has in his zone here. Anthony putting up just over 300 now. 8 seconds left in this match. 369. If Einsteiner gets a big enough hopper, he can do it. Looks like it's not enough, but we will see as time expires. 393 to 324. Tournament record here, but not quite enough to take it. The 400. 393, 324. Oh, meaning that Einsteiner is your victor here. 393, putting up a tournament record last match of the night. Let's see what he has to say about that. How do you feel, Mr. Einsteiner?
To be honest, that was a pretty good run. Would have been 400, but I tried to go for the extra balls to get 400. I should have just climbed. Rough.
Well, you have successfully won the very first XFC MoSim event in Rebuilt. Congratulations. Congrats to Anthony as well for being runner-up in second place. That will not go unnoticed for our next event. Good job, everyone. And finally, good night.